Alrighty, greetings Guardians, welcome to an episode of Tired Plays. I almost said Tavern, and then I almost said Modern Minecraft. Destiny. Where it has been 4 weeks since I last played. And... my brain just lagged really hard there, I'm sorry. I am currently joined by Clockwork. I don't know. As I said, it has been 4 weeks since I last played, and apparently the game has to update. What? What do you mean? Content for the PlayStation Store. Oh, hold on. Are the Lightfall pre-orders going already? Oh, fuck. I meant to grab that. That was $120, so... What was that? Well, every pre-order is like that. You get a lot of... Okay, $120 is free to order, plus an additional year of seasons and pre-order bonuses. So, you actually, I believe, save a little bit of money pre-ordering. I don't know if it's 120 or just 100. Wait, no, 120 is the collector's edition, which also takes $7. But that comes with a disc. Also dance inside. When we last left off, Misarax had told Ido to stop researching the pirate artifacts, because the pirate artifacts are full of bits and pieces of a mummified darkness priest.
Fun.
Yeah. Oh, I say priest, but it's technically a disciple of the darkness. First time players focus a seasonal plunder weapon each week with the double perk weapon spoils pirate crew upgrade active. The focus weapon will now also drop with deep sight resonance. Oh! Well, that's good. Festival Lost begins next week. Halloween. Saber with a boost to Vanguard ranks. Vogue and Shatter. Okay, I can actually solo Shattered, I'm pretty sure, so I might be able to get Pinnacles for basically free. But yeah, Nezarek the Hated, a character that has technically been in the game for... How long ago did Red War come out? 5-ish years? Mentioned in a singular lore tab. And the entire community latched onto him like, oh, this guy's interesting, he sounds like he betrayed humanity to the darkness or whatever the fuck, we don't know who he is. Because he's existed before the collapse, existed before the end of humanity.
You just get pictures in the sky.
Yeah, no, you have to deal with the fucking shrimp creatures.
Yeah. For those, they probably can't hear me, but I'm referring to Sky Children of the Light. It's nothing like this at all. Not even close. But yeah, you know, it's a very important thing that you die. That's a key gameplay mechanic.
Is that a spoiler?
Yes.
Okay. No context spoilers. You can't really... Okay, you can get mad at, but like...
Yeah. You have to die. that's a key part of the game. You have to die.
Yeah, that happens here too. This, I think I've already shown you my guardians.
I think so.
This is Betrick, the main one. Hunter, absolute idiot. And then there's Enjik, who is a warlock, who throws fire at everybody.
Looks like something Perry would wear.
Yeah. And then this is...
Isn't it though?
It does.
Something Perry would wear.
And Enjik can sprout wings of fire from her back, so...
That's basically just Perry.
Yeah, so Dawnblades basically summon wings and a sword made of fire. And throw miniature suns. And then this is Alinor.
Shit that you are saying does not make me think that this is basically just Perry incarnate, any less than I already do.
And this is Alinor. He is a Titan, a Sunbreaker, mostly. Which basically means that he summons a massive mallet made of fire and miniature fire tornadoes. He basically turns into a Beyblade. And when Strand comes out, he's going to be even more of a Beyblade. But Beatrix's thing is ice and void. It's not technically ice, it's technically the manipulation of entropy. But, you know. Ice is a lot easier than saying that. So. And it technically does create ice. Because by slowing down the movement of molecules, it reduces heat. So. Yeah. And if you think about it, these two also manipulate entropy, just in the opposite direction. Increase movement, increase friction, increase heat. Solar and stasis are kind of mirrors of each other. But yeah. Right now we are dealing with the political ramifications of space bugs. Or space crabs.
In case any of y'all are curious about the differences in games that we play, she's playing this, I'm playing South Park. So there are a few differences.
Crucible Valor boost. Fuck that. I don't touch the Crucible. PvP. Do not go anywhere near it. The quests. Visit the star chart in the helm. How did I complete something? Complete expedition in each destination in under 10 minutes. How? How? I don't speedrun on purpose. I don't speedrun at all. I just clip out of bounds. Alright, let's see what we're gonna get from this. Dolphin wave shell. Ah yes, the Telesto set. Okay, Festival Lost stuff is technically showing up, but not available yet. I have all the shaders for this week. Though I missed 3 other weeks of shaders, which is kind of sad, but eh. Okay. Damn it. I'm gonna need to reference this whenever I work on actually... I've been trying to learn model ripping for this game so I can actually design Beatrix's armor how I draw it. And unfortunately, the top part of this cloak is very good. The reason why I say unfortunately is that it is a result of a Fortnite crossover. That is unfortunate. Yeah, this season we were supposed to get, like, electricity-themed ornaments, because last season we got solar and the, Season before that we got Void, because this season they've reworked how Arc works. Unfortunately, that set got pushed to next season, because this season Epic and Bungie did a little bit of working together. And the problem that I have is that the armor looks good. From a... It has... It has no right looking as good as it does. Hold on, can I... Like, look at this. This is just the hunter. The Titan has like a knight vibe to it, and the Warlock has like a Kitsune vibe. But the problem is they're all good. Like, I can think of at least 2 different armor sets that would go really well with this. Specifically the Vogue set and the Deepstone Crypt set. And mixing all 3 would be absolutely amazing. But yeah. Anyways, star chart in the helm. Have I gotten something for this? Yeah, I do. Alright. I don't know what this crude cipher is. It's 8 weeks into the season and I still don't understand it. Alright. So a bit of a rundown on what's going on in the story, really. Right now, there are 2 main factions of Elixir, which are aliens from beyond our solar system who are chasing a spherical god. And the first faction, the House of Light, we're friends with. You know, they're cool. They're actually chilling in the city underneath their spherical god. The other faction has forsaken the Traveler and wants to absolutely destroy it, and have turned to the Darkness, the ancient enemy of the Traveler, in order to do so. Their leader, Aramis, was trapped in a frozen prison for almost 2 years. But she broke out. The Darkness freed her, and sent her about to collect the remnants of one of its ancient disciples, Nezarek the Hated. Currently, we're on a race against the Captain Fleet's... What was that?
I said, I wonder what signs there are that indicate that these are the bad guys.
Yeah. Aramis has recruited the help of the old crews, nomadic pirating Elixir, who have neither turned to the darkness nor the light, and have just chosen to be adrift in the rocks of the solar system pirating. She's turned to them because they know the stars like no other. And using their help, she has been hunting down these relics of darkness for some unknown purpose. Mithrax, who used to be a pirate himself, but instead has turned to a life of piety, is dealing with some of his past demons. You know, you get out of a gang, you're doing great, until you're forced to fight the gang that you used to be a member of. And... Funny. Yeah. And Mithrax...
They get no context.
They get no context. Mithrax is racing a daughter, Ido, who he named after, actually no, he didn't name her, she named herself. She named herself after one of her father's oldest friends, Sieur Ido, the lover of the Queen of the Reef. And Ido is a very curious teenager. who does not understand the gravity of the situation that she and her father find themselves in, and is very interested in investigating these dark artifacts, and also helping us hunt them down, personally. She's very excited about this pirate nonsense. But unfortunately, I have a feeling she's getting way in over her head. She's not a light bearer. She doesn't have any magical power. Her father can hack into technology with a special gauntlet, but the most she does is she's basically a mix of a journalist and an archivist. And she has been talking to Aramis, you know, the evil stasis-wielding Queen of Darkness. And, she's trying to learn as much as she can about her people's history. And Aramis is one of the oldest Elixni left alive. She was there when their home planet was destroyed by the darkness. So she's like, okay, I can learn from this old fart. It doesn't matter if she's evil. Because people can be redeemed. You know, the whole naive teenager trope. Her father keeps telling her, stop talking to Aramis. Stop touching the darkness artifacts. But no, Ido doesn't really listen.
Not all of this kind of went in my brain. That's just how my brain works sometimes. But like,
I should get those parts for
given
Anna
the
that she
context,
requested.
what I have of the context here, and my past experiences with games like this sort of thing usually ends up in possession.
Well, the darkness is known for possessing things. It speaks with many voices, and it is actually, yeah, it has actually possessed that little orb-looking motherfucker right there before, and talked to him. That's Ghost. The ghost that Bitrick has is named Optic, Engix is Ember, and Alinor's is Goose. Though those aren't canon names, that's just the names of the ghosts that I've assigned. But Optic has been basically hacked by the darkness before. But the darkness can also just hack into our radios. There is a voice in the darkness, the Winnower, or the Witness. It used to be called the Winnower, they retconned it into the Witness. It's this Megamind looking motherfucker with clouds coming out of his head, and inside of the clouds are screaming faces.
Sounds like a fun guy.
I guess? I know. But yeah. Let's see. Have I put down all my artifacts? I have not.
Guardian, we intercepted another of Aramis Kel's transmissions. This time to the pirate lord Alax.
It is finally time for the Elixni to take their rightful place in the Sol system. We've struggled for too long under the boot heels of others. Hive and Cabal rain artillery down upon us. The Vex steal every last scrap for themselves, and the Lightbearers hunt us for sport. But no longer. This system will soon enter a new age, one of Elixni prosperity. Be sure you're on the right side of it, Alax.
I wonder what the Witness promised Aramis Kel in exchange for the relics. Clearly it was a persuasive offer.
So the last pirate lord we fought was Alax. I think that was the Beast Tamer. And when we showed up, their domain was ransacked. But we're basically being third-partied, and we don't know who it is. Which is, I believe, the point of week 5 is, which is what I'm going into now. Misrax!
Guardian, Ido has taken action that may endanger us all.
Uh-oh.
She sent a message to Aramis. She invoked a ritual from the old crews, words with empty hands. It is a type of parley where no violence is permitted. Ido believes Aramis will follow the rules of her people. I am not so trusting. Should Aramis accept, I would ask that you accompany us. In the meantime, continue the fight. This may be a ploy, and we must not be fooled. I hope that she ignores Ido's request, but if she does not, know this. Aramis does nothing that is not to her benefit. A word can do more damage than a blade, and Aramis is skilled at wielding both.
One line he said there. Aramis does not do anything that is not to her own benefit. It's not exactly true. Well, yes, now, as she is less of a Kell of Darkness and more just an overglorified captain, when she was still the Kell of Darkness, she fought to give her people a home. A home on the icy world of Europa. There, sequestered from the light of the Traveler and under the shadow of the pyramids, she tried to build something for her people. Unfortunately, she did so with dark power, which attracted the Guardians, and as Guardians, the crazy loot goblins that they are, often do, they took down Aramis's regime, stole the darkness for themselves, and basically declared war on House Salvation. House Salvation has had refugees since, turning to House Light, turning away from the darkness that Aramis had been using to build her people homes. Basically, we're only okay with the Elixir prospering if they do it in the light. Aramis is a very troubled character. She has survived centuries in the Long Drift. Out amongst the stars without a true place to call home other than the decks and underneath of a spaceship. She fought relentlessly to find her people some place, some purpose in reality, but unfortunately the witness took advantage of that weakness, as it would call it, and manipulated Aramis into creating him, or it, a dark army. Which we shut right the fuck down, at the expense of many Elixir lives. Just readjusting my headset. And the champion. I forgot about this. Week 5, they made you kill 50 champions, which is stupid. So they auto-completed that step at the quest within 24 hours. Like, you know what? Nope, we're just pulling that back. Nope, you're good. Don't worry about it. Alright. What I got was week 4 between Stolen Stars. that should be good. There you go. Alright. I think I've gotten seasons. Yeah, I gotten all the seasonal armor there. There's a duality page. Vow of the Disciple page. Witch Queen page. Hold on. Did this season add an auto rifle? No, it did not, because last season did. I already got the scout for this season. Don't think this season added the pulse. Nope, just for Gambit. No, some Iron Banner, so I'm never gonna get that. Out of bounds. You're on thin ice. I already got the shotgun this season. Yeah, no, we're brave. The grenade launcher, which is supposed to be a heavy grenade launcher, is for some reason listed under the special grenade launchers. But that one is a pinnacle weapon, so I'm probably never gonna get it. The sniper was added last season. I would have loved to get a pirate sword this season, but eh. Cry Mutiny is there as well for some reason. Sales by Pitch Glass, Plank Stride. Alright, so I've gotten all the weapons and the armor. I think I'm satisfied with the rolls that I have on them. So, what do we have to do? Expedition Buried Treasure. I probably should have grabbed bounties, but eh. They can't really do much. I could just find Glimmer and Legendary Shards out in the wild. And while I might be broke as fuck, it's okay. Okay, Overload Machine Gun. Anti-champion mods go on the arms. I don't know why I went to the cloak. Okay. Unstoppable. We're fighting Elixni and Hive. Elixni, a Barrier and Overload. Not Hive, Cabal. Elixni and Cabal. Cabal have Unstoppable and Barrier, so Unstoppable and Barrier. No Overload, that's only good for fighting Hive. Okay. Hive also have Barrier, so... Some of this stuff I really should transfer to other characters so I could just infuse them and get them the proper light level, but... Ah, great, we're fighting the fucking Hive.
There's treasure buried in these hills, hero. Let's dig it out.
Yeah, and I got
There's
caught
no
on a
need
rock.
to dig. I saw some beautiful scrap lying on the surface. Oh, the Elixni could build many things with such abundant materials.
Have we already summoned House 6? Let's go.
Our servitor answers your call.
Oh. Who? Oh, okay. Took them a second. Where? Oh, they're underneath me. Ah! Okay. But I haven't played in 4 weeks, so my aim's gonna be absolute shit. I almost just accidentally pressed my, melee button. Why is this orb on the ground? Why is this here? Bruh. Uh-oh. I forgot those have a timer. Oh, I don't have a fucking auto rifle. Okay. Like, stabbing everything. Oh, I died the poison. I forgot the poison can actually kill you. Wait a minute. Okay, that's handled. Uh-oh. I had to go invisible there. Whoa! Alright. I don't know if I already asked that. No, I'm changing off a pulse rifle to an auto rifle. And then I'll use fusion.
Our ship's servitor will bolster your allies' defenses.
Seems our little expedition has attracted some attention. Hurry up with that treasure haul.
Attracted some attention. Sir, we've been fighting for a solid... How long? Bad with time. I was just trying to figure out how long ago I booted the fucking mission. behind! Hey. That vandal just got a face full of fusion rifle. Whoops. Hey. Unfortunately, the Marauders are a lot tankier than I'd appreciate. So shooting them with an auto rifle actually takes longer than just charging a fusion. The Vandals are squishy as shit. But for some reason the Marauders have like double the health than I remember them having. And yet they're still labeled as red bars.
We have found a rich treasure trove. Collect it quickly, Guardian.
Wait, stop. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Osteostriga? Yeah. I don't know why I question that. There's only 2 weapons in the game that act like that. Osteostriga and Thorn. And Thorn doesn't fire that quickly. What just got demolished? I didn't know. What?
Our enemies are being reinforced. Stop the saboteurs.
Uh-oh. Overload. Uh-oh, I don't have overload machine gun on. I'm just gonna nuke this bastard. The only real way to deal with overloads, unless you have the mod that actually stops them from teleporting, is just nuking the shit out of them. So they don't teleport everywhere and avoid random conventional fire. I think Hal 6's summon is up here? Where is it? Further down. Nope, it's over there. It's Globe.
Halsix is tagging in as your spotter, hero.
Uh-oh. Got a big boy. What? Orbs. Coast clear? Coast is clear.
I heard you were in the Cosmodrome. It appears you've had a successful operation. We have. When our mission concludes, I will call upon yourself and Osiris again. How is he?
Osiris is still not well. But I have a feeling he can sense what goes on around him. It would comfort him to hear you.
We will do what we can to aid his recovery. Until we return, my friend.
Alright. Go ahead and open demo on my phone so I can actually move stuff into my vault instead of having to carry it around with me. Why do... Okay. There are only 2 weapons in my inventory that aren't void. It's that one right there, and that one right there. Everything else is void. Every time, I keep forgetting I set that up. And unfortunately, I have to keep it like that. Because the way that my build works, it only works if I have void weapons and a void subclass. Defeating a combatant with a grenade spawns an elemental well that matches your subclass energy type. So, killing something with a grenade drops a void well. Next weapon final blow on a combatant spawns another void well. Combatant weapon blows with the damage type that matches your subclass element have an escalated chance to spawn an elemental well. 3 things that drop void wells. Picking up an elemental well that matches your subclass energy, void, grants a temporary bonus to weapon damage of that same elemental type. Basically, everything creates void wells, which boosts all my void weapons. And it's just a loop of constant damage. I'd have to change all of my stuff to any other subclass. I would need an arc subclass with arc weapons. And even then it wouldn't work as efficiently, because one of those spawns only void wells. Elemental well mods are complicated.
So, I love that one of the first dialogue options in this game, when talking to another character, is, yeah, I'm gonna use this to set shit on fire. If that does not summarize Link throughout this game, I don't know what does.
Set shit on fire. Pirate hideout, Arask the Bully. Launch the deep in the Themis cluster. Where the fuck is Themis? And it raised 1560. Recommended power 1570, so I'm gonna be 10 under, which is not good. And again, I tend to play these hideouts very cautiously. Either that, or I'm constantly jumping in the air like a beetle on, a cricket on crack, so shit can't hit me. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna want to switch off the glaive. Wait, no, I already did. How about I masterwork this? Wait, no, it's a crafted weapon. I don't think I can masterwork it yet. Oh, no, I can't. Pain. Wait a minute. Oh, that's why I was running those two. I wanted to boost my fucking crafted weapons. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Wait, what fusion do I want to run? Feeding frenzy reservoir, heating up one for all. Eh. Actually, no. Psycho hack is good for DPS.
Guardian, I greet you in the light. I hoped we could speak. Secure the relic, and we shall do so. You face an Elixni who has amassed a great many followers. They are willing to throw their lives away for his protection. But I do not know if it is out of loyalty or fear. His name is Arask. Be careful.
Oh no. I'm not sticking around long enough for reinforcements. Oh, they've moved into the old domain of that other one. Huh. Oh great, fucking wire shanks. Well, that engram's lost to the void. What? Where? Oh. Heh. That guy's also lost to the void. Took a second, but I got the kill credit. I guess it was just when he hit the bottom.
Arask will not confront you until he has exhausted his underlings. Be ready, Guardian.
Wait. Oh, fuck. Oh! Oh! Hi, Arask! What are you doing? Oh no. Why? Why are you down here, sir? Oh, bomb shanks! I died. Bomb shanks always get me. And the fact that that was a darkness zone is kind of bullshit.
Arask will not confront you until he has exhausted his underlings. Be ready, Guardian.
There you go. Bomb shanks! Bomb shanks! Bomb shanks! I forgot about those. I forgot about those. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. I'm good. Middle of the fucking room. Just boom. Bullshit. I'm gonna get ambushed again. There you are. I really should have saved my super for this room.
Raxkel told you is true. I've called for a parley with Eramiskel. I do not know if she will agree to it, but I had to try. I have never seen Mizraxkel so frightened. I don't know why. I know he is not afraid of Aramis.
Scribe Ido, this is Eramiskel of House Salvation. I will respect the old traditions. I agree to your request.
Thank you, Eramiskel. I look forward to our meeting.
So you say. But know this. A parley will not delay your house's destruction if you continue to stand in my way.
I hope that we can reach an understanding.
Do not waste my time.
Just readjusting. Jar. Oh, light.
Probably.
What was that?
Talking to myself.
Ah.
Yep, that's cold.
Oh. Then
You taught me to honor Elixni tradition. Eramiskel agreed to parley. You cannot lose faith in the old ways now.
This is a mistake, Ido. Aramis listens to one voice only, and it is not ours.
I may draw power from the voice in the darkness. But I am an Elixni Kel, and I fight for the liberation of our people.
A true Kel serves their house. You serve only the witness.
And who do you serve? I agreed to meet with Elixni, not a light bearer.
The Guardian is here for your protection.
Eramiskel, as scribe of House of Light, I feel compelled to tell you. There is another force searching for these relics.
I see. And who are these new meddlers, exactly?
One of many you have wronged, perhaps.
We did not identify the force, but they dispatched your associates with ease. We have in them a common enemy.
We have always had a common enemy. Abandon your pathetic attempts to appease your oppressors. Join me. Together we'll use these relics to achieve true freedom for the Elixni.
No. The relics pose too great a threat. They cannot fall to warmongers like you.
None know of their destructive power better than you, Mizrax.
What do you mean?
It was centuries ago. I am no longer that person.
No, you are the same as ever.
I want to know the truth. Will I have to hear it from her?
Oh.
Centuries ago, when the Elixni first came to this system, when your father was just a hatchling, our people had nothing. So, when they discovered Nezarek, disciple of the Witness, entombed in the Lunar Pyramid, they harvested its dark power for themselves, and for the future of our people. Mizrax inherited one of these relics, and its power ensnared him. He
Civics and
sought
Raucous.
more, no matter the cost. But the more his crew had, the less they shared. That became the way of things. Elixni turned against Elixni, and friend turned against friend. Over time, the relics of Nezarek were separated and scattered across the galaxy. Their influence faded, but the stains of their power endure. Mizrax fled from the butchery he was born into. He claims he has changed, and now lives a life of piety. But no matter how he tries to bury his past, with selfish displays of generosity and scraps of stolen wisdom, Mizrax will always be a liar, a thief, and a killer. Open your eyes, young scribe. Every light casts a shadow.
Idol, please. Let me explain.
Where the fuck are we? I like the skybox. But where the fuck are we? Just bunch of cobbled together tangled shore assets? Alright, we showed up to this random rock in the middle of the asteroid field with a perfectly positioned, you know, dramatic platform to have a conversation. But where the fuck am I? Like, the last place I raided was apparently the Themis cluster. I'll still have to look that up, because most locations in this game are actually, you know, real locations in the solar system, to some extent. I mean, Nessus is very far away from where it's supposed to be, but, you know, we can blame the Vex for that. Terraforming machines, well, bacteria that pilot machines like Gundams, basically. And several chunks of the asteroid belt are missing because of, well, the reef basically nuked part of the tangled shore. Well, okay, not nuked, but definitely ravaged the place. What the fuck is that?
Ganon.
Looks like Siva. Oh, that is a very large creature.
That's just Ganon. As he does.
Yeah. Oh. Why do I keep getting random ghost shells? I don't want ghost shells, I want transmats. Damn it. Okay, that's registered. Now I can dismantle it for legendary shards. Woo! I'm a broke bitch. Anya D. Blood Feud. Both primary SMGs with absolutely pitiful magazines, so they aren't worth keeping. I forgot that I was actually supposed to leave the rock. I was just standing here managing my inventory on a rock in space.
I'm trying to get down from this tower without dying. When you only have 3 hearts, it's kind of hard to do. Am I switching between games like a madman? Yes. I don't care.
As long as you're having fun. I have so much shit to do in the Throne World, but I haven't gotten around to it. I still technically need to get the catalyst for Galahorn. And to get this out of the way. And to get this. I still have to complete this, but this is the hardest part. Racking up points is a suboptimal loadout. Hello, Ido. You can tell because her eyes show up first.
Yzrak Skell of House Light. My father, a murderer, and a liar. Learning the truth is difficult, but the sharpest pain comes from the fact that he didn't tell me earlier. I was aware he had a past, but in a way, Aramis Skell showed me who my father is today, and who he sees when he looks at me. He must think I am unable to understand, or he doesn't care whether or not I do. I am either underestimated or dismissed. And I could take only one lesson from this. My own father does not want me to know him. Our priorities have not changed. We must stop Aramis from claiming the relics of Nezarec. I will not place my own feelings above our mission. I will not become the hypocrite that my father is.
Okay. Kid, you and your dad need to have a serious sit down and talk about this before you do anything rash. Hey, they're fixing the jukebox.
If you're eager to deal death, I'm happy to help.
Alright, pick one. 1 through 3. 2. Spider looks at the weapon you won, then to you, then back to the weapon. This isn't right, he whispers to himself. He fixes you with an icy stare. I'll let you know when I get more engrams to distribute, Guardian. And no more funny business. I just jammed another signal, Ida reports through your radio. Any change? You tell her that you just had another look around at Spider's game. You won the initial round, then lost the second two. Is it possible that Spider has some sort of cheating device, and intended that you win once to build your confidence, then lose every time after that? I'll continue to disrupt signals as I come across them, in the name of fairness. Thanks for a sidearm I'll never use.
Happy hunting out there.
Watch your words. At least it's a red bar, means I might be able to get the pattern. Oh, I can get a pattern. Problem is, it's absolute... It's built for melee. The swashbuckler and right hook are actually fairly decent together. And handling is very good whenever you switch between punching and shooting. Fine, it's a keeper, but only because it's put together properly.
I did not have to hear it from her. That was your choice.
That was not a story Aramis had any right to tell.
Did you believe that I would never find out? That no one would remember? I'm charged with preserving the history of our people.
Some history does not need to be preserved.
Like the whirlwind. So much was lost, so much we will never recover, no matter how much we search, no matter how much we remember. Is that what you wish to happen to us now?
You do not understand.
I want to understand. You will not let me.
You do not know what I know. You did not see what I saw. When I pulled you from the wreckage of a ketch, I knew that you deserved more than the world that orphaned you. I want you to look forward, not to what the whirlwind made us. You do not need to carry this history.
It is a part of me, whether I witnessed it or not. I don't want to look away, and I don't want to forget.
You do not know what you ask.
Perhaps not, but nothing good comes from refusing to face the truth.
Kid's too smart. The kind of smart that gets you in trouble. Star chart in the helm. Alright, so that was week 5. Now for week 6. Oh, my fucking post box is ringing. Right. Hold on, my phone acts as the fucking postmaster. I forgot about that. Postmaster. It's a fucking purple sword. Not purple. Blue. I saw a purple void and got confused. Hey, at least it's a power boost to my machine gun, though. By 3 points. Fucking pitiful, but... not everything's a pinnacle. Now, I do want... to see if I could possibly... No, I want... Yeah, range is a lot better. Stability and handling, eh. 50 recoil direction, that's even number. I think that just means straight up. Not... No, 90 is straight up, 50 is to the left, I think. I don't know, it only really matters in PvP. Oh, Drifter.
Hey there, hero. I heard you parlayed with Aramis, and she hit you with some heavy truths. Mithrax used to be a bad guy. Can you believe it? Wait till I tell Crow.
Don't cause trouble.
I know Ido's pissed because her dad didn't tell her about it. Makes sense, but it don't shake me. Mithrax, he's just a fella who done something he ain't proud of. And that I understand. Which reminds me. Long time back, I found myself at the 4th tomb of Nezarec. Recognized these relics the first time I saw one. That's why I needed you involved. Ain't nobody I trust with that kind of power more than you. Well, after Eris, she gave me some ideas that might help Mithrax use these things for good. Whatever he does will show us just what kind of person he is. If we can stop Aramis from finding the last few relics and killing us all. So, get on that.
I'm sorry. Drifter, are you teaching Mithrax how to use dark magic? Uh-oh. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I know.
Expedition buried treasure and 5. Okay, if I do a singular master catch crash, that counts as 5 normal ones. Okay, I remember that. I remember a lot of friends complaining about that. Alright, well, master catch crash is overloads and anti-barriers, so take off the unstoppable pulse. Alright, wait, hold on. Do I only have a minor boost? Yeah, minor intellect. Let's put that at full intellect boost. Alright, 6370. My recovery is absolutely fucking pitiful. It's only tier 2. 6% increase to healing. And then again, tier 3 only puts it up to 9%, so, kind of shit anyways. Alright, Master Catch Crash, and what was the other one? Expedition Buried Treasure. I want to leave some just so I'm able to make another one for the next week's. Alright. Catch Crash. Matchmaking off. If your fire team falls in a restricted zone, everyone is returned to orbit. You will not be able to change your equipment after this activity starts. Regeneration is greatly impaired. Enemy shields are highly resistant to unmatched elemental damage. Shanks now have solar shields. Oh, well, no, fuck that. I'm just doing 5 normal catch crashes. I'm not dealing with 1 master catch crash. I need an entire fucking fire team for that. That's a 6-man nightfall. No thanks. Ugh. Is anyone even in chat? No. Prevent the apocalypse is the label for Lightfall. Oh, I guess I didn't. Did I not buy Undying and Dawn? I remember coming back from a hiatus during the tail end of Undying, going into Dawn. And then I played a lot during Worthy. I actually almost beat the season pass of Worthy. I'm pretty sure I beat the entirety of the season pass of Arrivals. I came close during Splicer, because Splicer was an Elixir season. Like this one. I'm not gonna lie, I tend to try hard the Elixir seasons just because I like the lore of these guys. Look at the idiot. I like those intros because you get to see the outfits of everyone in the fire team that you're running with. I saw someone whose outfit was clearly a work in progress. A fiery knight. Ball.
You think you can board this crew's catch? You will have to cut them down first.
The Guardians will fight if they must.
Yes. The machine spawn are skilled at killing our people, and at inventing reasons to do it.
You're kinda right, Aramis. Is that a friendly turret? That's a friendly turret. I'm actually gonna switch to a pulse for the first part of this. The game will let me. Who's? Oh, I forgot the fucking ship has automatic turrets. Woo! Rock.
You're going all the way inside their ship? Won't that be dangerous?
We must discover the location of their lair. Only then may we uncover Aramis's plans.
Besides, it wouldn't be an adventure without some danger.
Uh-oh. Aisle 6, please tank those things. Uh-oh. I did not mean to stab an explosive shank and kill an ally in proc. Alright, self-res in 5. Oh, explosive shanks! Again. I was too focused on the turrets. Thank you for the res, but I am currently being beamed by everything under the sun. Ah! I forgot about the turrets up there. Wait, there's another turret! Yeah. Biggest priority, explosives. I'm sorry, I'm a little scattered. I'm currently trying not to die for a 3rd time.
This captain must have stashed their loot someplace quiet. Let's knock some heads and figure out where.
Because in this game, the word guardian has a positive connotation. In Zelda, it does not.
Uh-oh. Fine, I guess I'll be the rally bitch. Oh, ether storage. Uh-oh. Oh god, I hate doing the ether storage. Okay, Scarf's already... Actually, no, ether storage is better than the fucking spider tank. So, uh-oh. Big boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, no, never mind. That guy's friendly. What? I missed. How? What? Wait, that's a friendly servitor. I gotta use a pulse for that. Unfortunately, these guys are resilient as fuck, so... Grab your charges. I hit a dog! I tried throwing an explosive and I hit a fucking war beast.
Must have made quite the impression on his crew. They'd rather die than let you leave with their intel. Let's accommodate them.
Thought that was an elevator, not a teleporter. I'm a little stupid. And again, they're the same color, so... Skiff blades! Come on, Ron Sachs, come on. I feel bad for all these war beasts. You know, it's not every day that we get a fucking boss with a unique model. But Ransax has a unique model. His helmet, specifically. Can I just keep summoning skiff blades? I can just keep summoning skiff blades. Does it give me more? Ran 6, Jet 6, we never leave this room. Does this guy never leave this room? Does he just keep coming to us? Like an idiot? Oh no, he's got the toasty floor. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll let everyone else handle that. I hate Scorpii. Which is why I use them at every opportunity I can in D and Destiny. Melted. Who the fuck was using stasis?
Guardian, thank you for helping in the field while I tend to Osiris. I'm sure Mithrax and Ido have been most helpful.
The House of Light are citizens of the last city now. It is our duty to assist.
When Osiris was possessed by Sabazon, the Elixni Quarter did not yet exist. He will have much to learn once he awakens.
Wait, no, I need to load another one. That was only 1 out of 5. Luckily it was fairly quick, so I can just run another. These are gonna get stale real fast, though. I could LFG for a Master Catch Crash, but... Hmm?
Just doing stupid shit. As one does in this game.
But same fire team as last time. For the most part. Saw a lot of Lorelei Titans. Oh no. Oh wait, no, I'm not the only void user.
Freelance crews Aramis hired. I've worked with them in the past.
How fortuitous. Could you broker a ceasefire?
Certainly not. I would never be so unprofessional.
What do I have on this? Oh, heating up one for all. That's what it is. Oh, we have to kill the pirates first. Alright, that's aligned. Yeet. Do I just chill here? Yeah. Hey. If I just camp the spot, we can basically just speedrun this. Where? There. Alrighty, let's go, folks. Yep. 3 more of these to do after this. I hate to be the speedrunning dickwad, but...
We've repelled their attack. Let's escape while we can.
You got a lot to learn about swashbuckling. We ain't the prey. We're the hunters. Now let's see what kind of loot these buccaneers got.
Oh great, maintenance bay. Is this one with the fucking tank? Whoa, big boys. It looks like it would be. Yeah, it is. Hold on, are the tanks? The tanks are on the ceiling. Look at that. That is... Wow. Every time they drop from the ceiling like that, it always startles me. Alright, well. Hey, piss off. This is my post, you asshat. Can I shoot off its gun? I don't think I can shoot off the gun. I don't think I can shoot off the gun. Alright, go for the legs. Oh, you bastard. Quit rotating. Okay, can't destroy those unless we have scorch cannons. And the nearest scorch cannon is... not here. Alright, I need to find a scorch cannon. ASAP. So I can't destroy this any other way. Oh, hi, Scorch Captain! Give me your gun! No, someone else took the gun. Ow. Did I get a res? There's an umbral next to me. I want the fucking engram. You damn Lorelei Titans just standing in the middle of the action. It kind of startles me. Okay, that's one down. And
These pirates were wise not to store all their treasure on this ship. They're more clever than I expected.
hey! Did I ever grab that engram in the other room? I don't know I did. Oh great, ether storage. Again. Fuck. Oh. Let's just reload now. Do I have machine gun reserves on? I feel like I don't. And again, each gun holds 115 rounds. So, maybe 312 is reserves. I don't know. Arbalest? Who the fuck uses Arbalest in fucking casual PvE? Oh, hey, my syncopation leveled up. Normally, you don't need a weapon dedicated to shield breaking in casual PvE. Bruh. Yeah, someone's using full stasis. Okay. Sorry, Scurvy. Accidentally hit the servitor with a bomb and he just fucking left. He's like, yeah, no, I can't. I can't work in these conditions. Which, you know, makes perfect fucking sense. Ow. Bruh. How many did that manage to collect?
The captain of that vessel has been spotted on the top deck. I suggest bypassing them.
You got a lot to learn, crab cakes. The Guardian don't run from a fight.
$271 on the season pass. My dude, I'm only like level 13. What? Okay, we can't summon multiple of Halsix. No more fucking fun. Maybe he's working on the Arbalest, what's it called? Catalyst. Get your ass back here, sir. I am blind firing and I'm still hitting things. I love this. Get out of the wall, you coward. Where did he go off to? Oh, there. Get his ass. Oh. Wait, a stasis clave? I didn't know those existed. He stabbed one thing with that glaive and everything in the room froze. And there's just a floating war beast going back to Tor Bottle. I tried bagging and instead dodged.
Oh, human musical tradition. Oh, how interesting.
Nerd. Wait. The servitor's humming. Why are you guys eating the gold? They're eating the gold. That's not healthy. Man, I gotta run another one. So chat, how are y'all doing? And also, how are you doing? Going for almost 2 hours. I present to you orb. I don't think so. They kind of remind me of my own, except the ends are a little bit wider. Huh. I really do need to get more than one pair of glasses, but it's difficult enough to get one.
You need to have a pair of glasses, finding glasses.
Tethys. For ghosts to orbit another moon. You know what I find fucking hilarious? The ghost is not supposed to look like that. It is based on a gun that constantly breaks. The shell was broken. Why was it so stuttery? Oh, because I was loading into the middle of a fucking cache crash. Okay. Hopefully this will count. Game just said, yeah, no, you're loading in. What the fuck? Was that a blade barrage? In my face? Oh, nope, that's a, where am I going? I think I hit that. Oh, the closest. Okay. That's handled now.
Rendezvous with my associates in the captain's quarters, and don't let them take all the loot.
I want to know what Catch Crash looks like out of bounds. Uh-oh. I'm gonna need to restock on rally banners soon. How many do I have left? 6. I don't know if I'm gonna have the Glimmer or Legendary Shards in order to do that, though. I might just be too broke. Uh-oh, the Walker's encounter. Ah, fuck. On Hal 6. What the fuck? Oh, that's a Gathering Storm stuck into the leg of the... Was a Gathering Storm stuck into the leg of the Walker. Oh, okay, that's I'm gonna actually, change my weapon and not be using a fucking pulse rifle. Well, pulses are good for long range. I tend to stay, pretty close range. And unfortunately, my pulse rifle does not fire full auto fast enough to actually warrant using it. Hold on, is this a jumper? Yeah, it's a jumper. Wait, no, it's a walker with a leg missing. My watch was going off to Stream Tavern. No, I'm a little early. Just a little early. Wait, no, it's... shields are down. Okay, that's one down. Just need to handle the other.
Would have broken and run by now. Instead, they assemble on deck for a final defense. Aramis must be more persuasive than we realized.
Uh-oh. Three rally flags. Come on, skiff blades. Oh, all the flags are gone. Sad. Here come another wave of dogs. I have never seen my game stutter like this, except during fucking scrape week. Again, everything in this tiny ass room makes sense. I swear, I could close my eyes, fire in a direction, and probably hit something.
Drifter, your last message was indecipherable. Whatever method of encryption you are using simply corrupts the data beyond retrieval. I was beginning to expect better from you. Did I misjudge?
You know, Moondust, I can't figure you out.
That is not unusual.
You talk a big game about how much I irritate you, but you keep calling.
Watch yourself, Rat.
You know I always do.
How much progress have I made? Did that count? Yes, it did. Okay. I just gotta pray I load into more that are in progress. Rock.
Guardian, another catch engages us in battle.
Mithrax, I have heard you shelter Spider, that craven fool.
I am the Kell of House Light. I will protect all Elixni who wish to live beneath the Great Machine.
So it is true. I wonder if he forgives you.
Wait, hold on. There's cannons back there?
Repelled their attack. Let's escape while we can.
You got a lot to learn about swashbuckling. We ain't the prey, we're the hunters. Now let's see what kind of loot these buccaneers got.
Uh-oh. 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 Wait, what? That's a thing?
Rendezvous with my associates in the captain's quarters. And don't let them take all the loot.
Wait, Rensax is there? I've never noticed him up here before. Huh. Neat. Ether storage.
Please assemble on deck, Guardian.
Seems like they're throwing you a little going away party. I suggest grenades as parting gifts.
$193 in the season pass level. Where? How in the fuck? How do you put the rally banner in the midair? Huh. Oh! We're all doing this just so we can get fucking bonuses to the triumph. We're just leaving the boss there. But dude, we get you want the triumph, but Light's alive. Come on. Let's do this. Get his ass.
Ido, have you seen anything in your research that could help with Osiris's condition?
I'm afraid not. The Techians do not share their knowledge of hive magic freely.
I see Osiris toss and turn, like he's banging on a door, trying to break through. And I could bring him back if I just had the key.
What the fuck? Well, what cloak is that? Is that the cloak from this season? Under 10 minutes. Hold on, what does the cloak from this season look like? Armor, seasons. Catch killer cloak. No, it's not. Universal ornaments, is it? What is this season's? Starfarer cloak? Or is that the cloak from fucking Kingsfall? Yeah, it's the Starfarer cloak. I actually really like how that looks. If I could change that to green. The unfortunate part is that the hood of the cloak doesn't go up high enough. Like if it had horns, or like a crest along the center that went a little bit higher, would be great. Or if it came further out a little. I'm just getting more to consider whenever it comes to kid bashing. Why is the vernal growth set here? Wouldn't it be... It'd make more sense to be around here, because that's when Revelry last happened. And again, the fucking 30th anniversary shit, so... a lot further up as well. And that hasn't happened in almost a year. You alright? Alright, again.
Running late, I can't. For some reason, I went to 2 different stores for cat food, and they don't have crispy shreds. Anyway,
How are the food buying?
knew it was gonna get me. This stupid thing right here.
The Halloween decoration.
Have you tried the food line, cat food? There's not a big selection, but there is.
It's only a specific kind of cat food because cats are weird, so like... yeah.
We're being boarded. More of Aramis's mercenaries.
Oh, perhaps we could inquire after the artifact she's seeking.
How about we let the Guardian's arsenal do the talking? It can be very persuasive.
What? Okay, they'll keep that going. As long as I keep the enemies off of them. Yep, there they go. Oh, hello. That's reloaded. That's reloaded. That's reloaded. Oop.
You're going all the way inside their ship? Won't that be dangerous?
We must discover the location of their lair. Only then may we uncover Aramis's plans.
Besides, it wouldn't be an adventure without some danger.
Uh-oh. Goddamn maintenance bay, I hate this one. Ow. Well, no, 6.
My associate said his captain has a sizable trove.
What?
It's located before Aramis does.
Nice. Yeah. And I missed. Okay, got that one. Bruh. Okay, maybe this will work this time. Bruh. Wait, an Arc Soul? Oh, hello there, buddy.
Enemies assemble on deck, Guardian.
Seems like they're throwing you a little going away party. I suggest grenades as parting gifts.
Healing rift, healing rift, healing rift. Okay.
Drifter, I haven't covered an Elixni sea shanty, as you call them.
Yeah? How's it go?
Well, it begins with a nonverbal invocation, then speaks of camaraderie and combat, then it becomes difficult to translate. I'll study this further.
Was that it for that? Yep, now I just need to do an expedition. I'll leave that exotic to be picked up on my Titan. And then unstop overload. Auto impulse. I think I'll use the yeah, I'll use that. Subsistence golden tricorn. I need 4 more enhancement cores. Am I still queuing? I was. Alright. Did I solo queue?
Flew all the way out here to bury their treasure. Damn waste of time. They could have just stored it with me. For a small commission.
Hello, random Minotaur. What the? What the? Where are you? Hello. Goodbye. I was queuing for so long, the game just said fuck it and loaded me into a new instance. I have no one helping me here.
Your servitor makes you strong, like me.
Up, and now I have allies. Oh, hey, watch it. Uh-oh. That fucking servant leader? But no, I was bad for using a pulse. That's a fucking scout.
You got a big ball of ether coming to back you up, hero.
My splicer gauntlet hums. Something interferes with the drill. Seek it out. Claim treasure to our ship, Guardian.
Okay, playing Sentry against the Vex? Not fun. Well, and where's the thing that gives me more enhancement cores? I know I have one somewhere. Come on, inventory, please load for the love of the light. Finest mountain wave. There we go.
Hull 6 rifle is at your command.
What the? Oh, I forgot this is spawn point. For enemies. Not for me.
Pirates are jamming our drill. Take out their equipment.
I sense an opportunity. Secure that cabal.
Where? There. Do not like overloads. Or unstopables. Honestly, champions in general, not a fan. Yeah, they add something interesting, but like, fighting them is a pain in the ass. Bruh. Uh-oh, brakes. And I got crushed by a fucking drop pod. Oh, I don't have any ammo there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're in a situation. Alright. Uh-oh. That actually felt like a difficult fight. I remember coming across a break for the first time on Europa. It was when I was so underleveled I couldn't even do damage to things. And it was absolutely fucking terrifying. Do I have this? Yeah, there.
That was a profitable job. But next time, let's find one closer to home.
Do you have a long-standing enmity with the Vex, like my father?
No, of course not. I just don't understand a civilization that ignores the power of commerce. I don't respect anyone who can't be bought.
What was it that I had to do again? Right. Pirate Lair. Risk the Coward.
This one can hardly be called a pirate lord. He's named Frisk. Just a drag in too deep to know he's already dead. But my associates have given me concerning information. Our interlopers may have found this one first. Find out who's after my goods.
Moth. Right, room's cleared. The hive. Alright.
Was Brisk met his end? Well, he was lucky to have lived this long. Personally, I stay away from these loose at time. I don't trust anyone that loyal. Clear them out.
Uh-oh. I'll just let her handle those. She's not done yet. Oh. You done? Alright, I want to pick off the rest of the forces from cover. If I get the chance. Uh-oh, I'm not gonna get the chance. Oh, don't you fucking dare pop super wall shielded, you asshole. Throws! Nope. Alright. Okay. Oh no. Alright, I need to take this thing out as quickly as possible. Okay. And is she still immune? No. Grab the ghost, grab the ghost. And it's down. Oh. That one's different. How do you claim? I just stand on top of it.
So, our enemy finally steps into the light, so to speak. The Lucent Hive is searching for the relics, and Aramis's crews are overwhelmed. How interesting. These relics just became more valuable. Demand, it seems, is very high. Luck was on our side this time. But now these pests stand in our way. How unfortunate for them.
You alright? I know.
I wanted to speak with you, Jermaine.
Whoa! What kind of books you been reading? It's been Drifter for a long while now.
Drifter, then. You have kept secrets from us since the beginning. It is unkind to withhold knowledge.
Unkindness was never my aim. Apologies, sister.
Accepted. Do you have any insight as to why the Lucent Hive are interested in the relics?
Power is freedom, and everybody's chasing it, from the biggest freaky moth monster to the lowest space pirate.
But while the Lucent Hive are loyal to Savathun, the pirates enjoy a startling degree of freedom already. They are not constrained by office or honor. They are ruled only by their own desires.
Yeah, it might look that way from the outside, but they've got to fight for everything they get. That's just survival. A meal and a bed that don't come at the end of a blade? That's freedom.
You are drawing a comparison.
Me? Look, I get it. Walking away from folks can feel like freedom. If no one's relying on you, there's no one to disappoint. No one to be disappointed by.
Now you are speaking of Mizraxkel. I do not judge him for who he was, but he treated me like a hatchling.
Can't really blame him for not wanting to discuss it. Shame's a hard thing to shake. Harder if you have to share it.
You are saying I should forgive him.
That's your call, sister. I'm just saying, I get it.
Aramiskel seeks freedom for our people, but her freedom is vengeful. She wishes to be free from her shame. She will sacrifice Elixni lives in its pursuit, and it will never end. Thank you, Drifter.
You know, I don't hear that enough.
I greet you, Guardian. I wished to speak to you earlier, but I did not have the words. I will not apologize, as I believe the secrets of my old life were mine to keep. But I do regret. I am ashamed of my cruelty, of the things I did, the people I hurt. I thought I left it behind. But the old Mithrax is still within me. And now he has hurt my daughter. I have hurt my daughter. I must set it right. I was a killer, but I am a kill. I will prove to you which title I deserve.
If you're eager to deal death, I'm happy to help.
Which one? What? 3? Another red border! Nice. spider reveals her winnings and snarls. So this is how it's going to be, man, Guardian. You want to go head to head with me? You say nothing as you admire your new weapon. The spider takes a raspy breath. Fine. Just know, I know what you're up to. Come back next time, Guardian. I'll have a fresh batch of engrams for you. I've set up a relay to automatically block all surges on that suspicious frequency, Ido tells you over the radio. Each surge is logged. It appears that interference was attempted 38 times in the last minute, as though someone was repeatedly triggering a jamming mechanism. I hope my assistance here will help you even the odds.
What is your Earth phrase? If we meet again? It's the law of commerce. I am the supply, and I make the demands.
Alright, star chart. This is... $50 out of 62. We're nearing the end. I believe week 8 was the last week. So, I think this was 4, 5... This is week 6. Alright.
Transmission logs from police rats? Being so far from the reef feels strange. Like I'm missing something.
Aramis Kell has changed everything. Though not in the way I had hoped. I understand the relics now. The potency of their darkness, and Aramis Kell's use of the old pirate crews to hunt them. Even my father's reticence. But this is not about the House of Light. This is about the mysterious disciple. The many tombs of Nezarec are well known, though the being itself is less thoroughly documented. I will delve into the Cryptarchy's records and see what I can uncover.
Hello, potato.
Glad I caught you, Guardian. I didn't want you setting off after Aramis without a little warning first. What's that look? You don't survive as long as me without being able to smell trouble. And honestly, kid, you stink of it. You've been cutting a swath through those pirates out there, but don't get complacent. Watch your opponent, but watch your back, too. You're going after chunks of a dead disciple of the Witness, and you've almost got 'em all. That's some serious juju. The stakes are high. That's when folks tend to get unpredictable.
Uh-oh. 100 combatants was seasoned to the plunder weapons. I don't wanna. Alright, sidearms.
Being so far from the reef feels strange. message from Mara? You can delete that, Clint. I thought I understood what the Traveler saw in me. Now.
Oh, I need a kinetic weapon from this season. Does it have to be specifically? Kinetics from this season.
These reports are troubling.
Alright.
The House of Light. Fascinating. So far from
Alrighty. Game, please load.
The pirates have dispatched a jammer to interrupt our drill. Best eliminate it, Guardian.
Alright.
I sense an opportunity. Secure that cabal.
What was that? I don't know if it's still good. Don't know how long ago it was opened. Alright.
I sense an opportunity. Secure that cabal.
Our cargo hold's looking pretty bare, hero. Let's get that treasure haul rolling.
Adjust it a little.
disabling the drill. Destroy the jamming apparatus.
That fella's making off with our loot. Get him!
Uh-oh. No.
I heard you were in the Cosmodrome. It appears you've had a successful operation.
We have. When our mission concludes, I will call on yourself and Osiris again. How is he?
Osiris is still not well. But I have a feeling he can sense what goes on around him. It would comfort him to hear you.
We will do what we can to aid his recovery. Until we return, my friend.
Alrighty. I need to do another run of that so I could very quickly get the rest of the kills I need.
The crew who hid their loot here probably figured the Vex would scare away any treasure hunters.
With the light bearer beside us, we have nothing to fear.
Savathun made that a less distinguished title than it used to be.
fella's making off with our loot. Get him!
I see one carrying great wealth. Overtake them.
I could find some heavy ammo, I could probably... Console loading times, please. Uh-oh. You know shit's bad whenever everything summoning in breaks your audio. Hey, stop. Uh-oh. I ran up next to this thing and my gun was empty. That's just... unfortunate. Okay, I forgot the gun was empty, right? Because I was using a different gun and that one ran out of bullets. It's like, well, I'll just switch to the other one. No, the other one's also empty. And the third one I don't have any ammo for, period. Oh, thank the light. Okay. Don't kill it. There you go. One bullet left in my heavy.
We got what we came for. Let's get off this cubic hellhole.
So soon. Oh, I was hoping to tour the Exodus Black. A vintage AI like Failsafe must be a treasure trove of Golden Age information.
I guess, but talking to Failsafe is like teaching a thrall to play harmonica. More trouble than it's worth.
Right. now I... Wait, no, I have a upgrade here. Ethics scrap worker.
Guardian, you face an Alexney skilled in scrapworking. Her name is Ethics. I have engaged with her before. I doubt her tactics have changed. She hides behind traps and shanks and believes herself clever. She will not face you if she has a choice. Leave her none.
Damn, me Shanks wasn't kidding when he said this lady hides behind shanks. There are a lot of shanks here. Oh, light. Oh shit! There was a side entrance. Uh-oh.
Remove her defenses and end her life.
Uh-oh. Alright. Breathe. Alright.
The old crews fear you. Fear us. They know they cannot stand in our way.
Looks like Captain Kells found his inner pirate again.
Perhaps it is what I am, and Aramis speaks the truth.
Hey, now, I didn't say that. What's that Ido said to me? Aramis will fight forever to get rid of her shame. Maybe you did that for a while, too. But then you made a safe place for the Elixni. That's what Aramis wants, and she'll never get there. What we do now matters more than who we were.
The Drifter speaks kind truths. Mithrax thanks you.
Alright, and now we need to speak to Spider. Who's probably gonna go sell some information. Alrighty. Closing in on the 4-hour mark, and I believe we're only at week 6 out of 8. Maybe 7 out of 8.
I greet you in the light. I wish that you could greet me in the same. You told my father that we need not be enemies. This is still true. But we will always be your enemy if you serve the witness. I do not know what it has promised you. An Elixni reborn, a Reese restored. Did it promise us a future? But I ask, do you strive for our future? Or do you flee the whirlwind? The Lucent Hive and the Witness both pose a great threat to the Elixni. But there is no greater threat to us than when we fight against each other. This division will destroy us completely. You remember the whirlwind. I do not. But I believe that the greatest treasure we lost was unity. I called for our parley because you believe this too. You will say that House Salvation will bring unity through the destruction of our enemies. But that path does not end, Eramiskel. You will never find what you are seeking. You will never undo the legacy of the whirlwind.
Good of you to visit, Captain. Seems like only yesterday I loaned you my ship. And now you're known across the system. Flashy. Not my style. It's safer in the shadows. I learned that long ago from a handsome young fellow named Rakis. He served the old crews for a time. Got double-crossed. Spent the rest of his life running. Eventually, someone claimed the bounty on poor Rakis. He called himself Spider. Savvy? Cashed in the past, bought a future. Walked away, reborn, and never looked back. Like you Guardians do. Like my dear boy Crow. Like Mithrax, pretending his old life never happened. Oh, he's changed a bit over the years, but the old fury is still inside him, somewhere. It's best he not forget that.
We have another one. What, 2? 2. Another red border. Spider barely reacts as you pull a powerful reward from the engrams. Lucky draw, Guardian. He shrugs. Go introduce this to some pirates. I'll send up a flare when I get new engrams soon. He turns away and busies himself with his supplies. It's strange, Guardian, says Ido's voice over the radio. I had no energy surges to report. My instruments are working perfectly, but there was no research interference attempted from the ether tank. I am unwilling to speculate as to why, but I am pleased things appear to have resolved. Careful who you trust. Motherfucker, if you sell us out, you're getting evicted. No dialogue there. God, what was the... I know there was a very good roll on the fucking... on this gun. It was... I think... Bolt Shot Demolitionist? Can't remember. 58... I'll have to check again, but...
Your latest mission unearthed another intercepted transmission. It seems pertinent to our research.
Do not open the relic under any circumstance. I don't care if the whole Lucent brood is outside. The darkness inside would dissolve you before you could ever wield it against the Hive. Only beings of extraordinary fortitude can withstand its energies. And we both know you're less than that. Retreat and fortify your defenses. Protect the relic at all costs. Reinforcements are on the way.
Guardian, you are close to securing the last relic of Nezarek, and we near the end of our mission. I have noticed no further communications between Aramis and her crews. I hope this means the worst is behind us. I did find, however, a transmission from Aramis to Ido. It was embedded in an unsecured scribe log. You may have heard it. I do not know what Aramis gains in speaking with Ido. We know the ship stealer only acts to her own benefit. But Ido shuns me. She studies the coordinates of the pirate layers without my assistance. I have never seen her behave this way. I cannot place blame solely on Aramis's influence. My actions pushed Ido away, though I meant only to protect her. She will see that in time. She must. Unless she has already made her choice. We must end this now, before something happens that cannot be undone. Claim the final reliquary and finish this conflict. May the light provide.
And just in the Bay of Drowned Wishes. Oh, it's only week 1. Oh, that means it's Scorn Week. Oh no. Okay, note the self. Do not complete my final bounty this week. Uh-oh. Bruh. Okay, it didn't hit me, it hit an explosive next to me, which is why it says killed by the architects. Architects is environmentally and game damage. Just physics mostly. What was that? So does mine, that's why I use fucking full auto bullet buckets. God damn it, Lake of Shadows. Really? Do I really have to do Lake of Shadows? Pain. Fine. Luckily, Lake of Shadows is a strike that you can technically speedrun. I believe. And I could just launch it from the directory. At least it doesn't have to be the fucking Nightfall version.
Welcome to Operation Stormcoat, Guardian. The Taken run rampant out here, even without their king to lead them.
They've occupied a water processing plant nearby, and their very presence is poisoning the environment.
We need you to confirm what they're doing. Evaluate and neutralize.
Oh yeah, environmental damage. Bad for you squishy types.
One of my teams reported taken energy infecting the water supply. Our purification tech can only do so much. If the contamination spreads, people will die.
The taken fog cleared up as soon as the blight went down.
If the blights can be killed, then perhaps their infection can be reversed. You lot are going to save lives today.
I'm still tracking taken energy nearby. They're all over the water facility. And under it. Whatever's behind this must be underground. If the Taken wanted to poison the entire dead zone, this was the place to do it. They didn't pick it by accident.
If they succeed, we won't have room on the farm. We're still treating wounded from the Red War.
It won't come to that.
Thank you, random speedrunner. Yep.
They just left that unguarded? This smells fishy to me. Killed the guy in charge and his big scary blight.
When we have a common goal, civilians and Guardians can stand side by side and accomplish anything.
Alright, do an expedition with a sword. Do I even have a sword at level? I probably don't. This is really gonna tank it. Okay, hold on. Can I... Vendors... Can I buy from Banshee on my phone while I'm in orbit? I cannot, but I can via the prices. Well, need to stop by the tower for a moment. Turn in some Umbrals and Primes, and then... hopefully continue on our way. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. This is boring.
There's more that you can do when there's more of you.
Yeah.
That's kind of the whole point of really just the developers.
Huh.
That's kind of their mission statement, just a feeling of cooperation. They're the same people who made Journey, by the way.
Hmm.
A transaction to make, Guardian?
Sure. Not bad. Here you go. We'll be watching.
Back from the hunt, I see. Hello, Guardian. Welcome.
I think that's it. warlocks will make the difference. Mark my words.
Still got plenty left, even after the attack.
Alright, expedition while wielding a sword. Uh-oh, contacting Destiny 2 servers.
Looks like we hit the motherlode. Snatch it up while you can.
Ow. Well, I get that for running around like an idiot with a stick. trying to smack a flying enemy with a sword is kind of difficult. Especially when everything in this game has a fucking gravity attack. How does an orb have a boss stomp?
Well done, Guardian. It's clear you've been to Nessus many times. I'd like to see the lakes of Radiolaria someday.
What the hell for? You can't drink Vex milk, can't set sail on it, and swimming in it kills you.
Radiolaria has much to teach us. It's home to the greatest meta-consciousness in the known universe.
Your dad kicked down their front door with nothing but a splicer gauntlet. How smart could they be?
Cistern. Are you okay? Pyramid's imprint pass through. Not Insight Terminus. Inverted Spire? Cistern. Column. Pass through Pyramid's imprint. Well, there's a pyramid imprint right there, but does it just mean the doorway in the cistern? So it's kind of lame. Oh, yeah. broken sphere. Fluid falling from the sky. It would be rain if it wasn't filled with alien bacteria. Broken sphere. I'm gonna see how far I can go like this. Not very far, unfortunately. Okay, there's several broken spheres here, but none of them are it. What was that again? Broken sphere. Where the fuck? The Exodus Black? Maybe that's all I can really think of. Then again, I don't think of any waterfalls near there. I might have to head into the, what was it, Glade of Echoes? Yeah, I might have to head there. Because in the command... Yeah. I need to look for a waterfall. Which way is command? So... I hate my sneezes. I hate them so much. I swear to light. Am I gonna have to search the entirety of Nessus for this shit? No. I gotta look in every single broken sphere that I can find. Because this pirate fails to realize how unspecific broken sphere is on Nessus. For some reason I doubt it's back here. I don't see any falling from the sky. There's so much of Nessus that is locked off behind the Red War. And now the Red War's gone, you can't really explore it. The Red War planets hold so much mystery that you can't really experience anymore. When you remove their context, it just becomes even stranger. Nothing. You know, for some reason I don't remember these looking like this. There was a minor rendering update during Beyond Light, if I remember correctly, and I have a feeling this might have gotten broken by it. Because Beyond Light removed the Red War, I think. Yeah. And Witch Queen removed Forsaken. What the fuck does it mean? Broken Circle. Watcher's Grave? No. Fancied and noticed beyond Broken Sphere. It fell from the sky. Where the fuck? There's only one place where that could possibly be. And that's the cistern, where there's the massive Vex waterfall. So I'll check there, I guess? Though, that isn't really falling from the sky, is it? Over there? Yeah, but I don't think that's accessible, is it? No. Did I miss a sphere? The entire planet's covered in spheres. The effects are just like that. That way leads up to the tangle. The conflux. Carrion pit. I mean, I'll check the lost sector, but that doesn't make any sense either. Unless I'm misremembering what's inside those lost sectors. Broken sphere, not broken circle, so just a ring on the ground wouldn't be it. Oh, that's a turn back. Oh. Bruh. Really?
Argument on Tumblr that argues that Chuck E. Cheese is a casino.
It is, though.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I just thought that, you know, we should be aware of that fact.
Alright, now we get back to, actual quests. Crewmate celebrations. Helm. Oh, wait, shit. Did I mean to do a catch crash? Oh. Ball of Expedition and catch crash. Okay. So long as I actually emote near the other dudes, then it should be fine. Don't know which one's faster, though, if Expedition or catch crash is. Expedition feels fast. Feels longer. Even though I'm pretty sure it might be shorter. Catch crash when everyone's firing on all cylinders. I remember getting a sub 10-minute run. Wasn't paying attention, but I saw at least 2 Titans.
We're being boarded. Clear the top deck,
4
Guardian.
Titans.
Yes, destroy them. Drive them into the void. For research purposes, of course.
Fuck off. Oh, I'm already dead. Thank you, random edgelord warlock. Am I just ignorant to the beauty that is
You're going all
Arbalest?
the way inside their ship? Won't that be dangerous?
We must discover the location of their lair. Only then may we uncover Aramis's plans.
Besides, it wouldn't be an adventure without some danger.
Keep forgetting I need to get more of these. I'll six. What? I was shooting them. Did they just clipped into my legs?
Near the heart of the ship, Guardian. Secure the captain's quarters for intelligence.
Ow. I completely forgot the walkers are on the ceiling. I walked right underneath it and just thunk. Hold on, can the NPC allies resurrect you? It's twice in a row I was resurrected by something without a name. I still had substantial time left on my res timer. I don't understand. Well, I could just keep holding down the trigger and hit shit.
Must have made quite the impression on his crew. They'd rather die than let you leave with their intel. Let's accommodate them.
Uh-oh. What? A grenade just went straight through him.
Oh, human musical tradition. Oh, how interesting. Listen, bird pirate hideout.
Just float midair.
Just vibe.
Yep. Got a bunny on my head, a crab on my shoulder. And wearing way too much red.
Guardian, this layer is swarming with the Lucent Hive. We must not abandon caution now that our mission comes to a close.
Your presence is not necessary.
Ido, what are you doing here? Are you unharmed?
I will retrieve the last relic myself, without violence. The Hive.
Ido! Guardian, find her, please! She is my light.
Yeah, in Destiny, Halloween is Festival of the Lost Christmas, and New Year's is the Dawning. Valentine's Day was Crimson Days, but that's no longer implemented. I believe Easter used to be the Revelry, but that's no longer implemented either. Solstice is basically summer vacation. Guardian Games replaced Crimson Days. Guardian Games, Revelry, not Revelry, Solstice, Festival of the Lost, Dawning. Could have sworn there were more events, but maybe not. There's usually only 4, 1 per season, 4 season per year. Hive Guardian? Hive Guardian. Grab the ghost, grab the ghost.
I believe I am close to the relic. When we have it, Aramis Kell will see the futility of her actions.
You risk yourself for her. She will never abandon her ways.
No, you both must face the past. You cannot outrun it. You cannot hide it from me.
Idol, please, forgive me.
Get out of super, you asshole. Oh, oh. I know he's got a weird shield. Uh-oh, ogres. Shit. No! So close and he got me with a fucking sentinel shield. God damn it. Alright. Oh shit, he's in super. Fuck! Shield went around the pillar again. Note to self, don't use that pillar as cover. Everything was fine until I tried using that pillar as cover. Alright. Hiya card. Word Seeker. Oh. This is a little difficult. Alright. Get behind the wall whenever he pops super. Suppressor grenade? Oh fuck, I forgot they have the entire kit of the Titan, not just the shields. The shields and the nades. Oh fuck. Alright. Control the rest of the room as quickly as possible. Force Hayaka to phase 2. Uh-oh. Why did I melee? He's volatile and suppressed. Alright. Alright. Send in the phase 3. If possible. The amount of ammo that I have. Ah shit, pop super. Wait for him to exhaust it, which takes about... not that long, really. Oh, what? I'm okay. Oh shit. Suppressed. Ugh. One. There he goes, retreating to phase 3. Back there, he summons 2 ogres, pops super again. We'll wait for the red bar wave to come up to me. You need to be careful just in case he rotates to get an angle. Fuck your weird shield. The ogre's not spawn until I get to that half? Uh-oh, shields. He's still in super? No. God, this dude's fucking intellect is absolutely crazy. Wait, no. No, what's the super recharge stat for Titans? Specifically Sentinels? Is it... I thought it was like strength. Or I might be thinking of D&D Destiny Sentinels. Okay. Do not get cocky. Do not use that pillar for cover. Just get him out of that corner. Okay, he pops super again. That pillar's too thin to offer real cover. Whoop! Hip, hip, hip. Man is disc golf fucking champion. No, you don't. Get to that fucking corner. Come on. I'm just tickling this guy with an auto rifle, but it's working. A little bit. I just need to be careful not to let him hit me with 2 shields. Because 2 shields is enough to kill me. What was that? What do you mean? I feel like the game's gonna get impatient and try to pull some bullshit. Like this man's fucking weird shield. Why are you popping a shield? You don't have... Could've sworn there was an exotic that heals you whenever you activated your class ability. Whoa! Whoa. Oh, he's getting smart. He's trying to ricochet them off the ceiling that hit me. Alrighty, Horde Seeker. I would try to find an energy sniper, but I don't think I have any that are up to light. Alright, whenever he pops through, he heads back to the center of that back area, which I can't get to. Because that back pillar is a spawn trigger for the ogres. Alright, and as soon as I get there, I need to rush him, grab the ghost, and crush it. Okay, super is charged. And he's probably... Yep, there was the spawn trigger. Okay, don't get cocky. Fall back. I went forward. Okay. The super is still charged. Okay, go invisible. Grab the ghost. Oh, thank you, light. Okay.
The door is sealed! Father!
I know.
That was a fight I did not expect to be as difficult as it was.
Show your daughter who you really are.
I want that sword.
She could have had everything.
Almost. But it wasn't really possession. It was... Actually, we don't know what it really was. Ido tried grabbing the last relic for herself, got overwhelmed by the hive. Aramis stepped in, but we're not exactly sure how. Oh, I'm not exactly sure how. Ido and Aramis had some kind of conversation, but I don't know what it was.
I'm watching someone make jack-o'-lantern sleeves. So, we are definitely not doing the same thing. Well, I've been doing it with Afghans. As I mentioned earlier, I'm almost done with this bag.
I don't want it. I hope I haven't bored you to death.
Even if I have no clue what's going on, I like listening.
I don't understand that, but okay. Alright.
Ido of the House of Light, Scribe Log Zeta 78D. At this point in the Guardian's adventures, we have had contact with a great many pirates. Each crew has a unique composition and pledges loyalty to the most powerful among their numbers. They fight for whomever promises them the most power, or the most glimmer. They adopt whatever code of honor befits them and concern themselves with little beyond the present. A friend told me that these pirates are not as free as they seem, that their lives are fueled by desperation more than their own desires. But there is still the call of the open stars. These pirates sought to possess the relics of Nezarec. What else might they hold?
Scribe Ido.
Aramis Kell? I greet you in the light.
You are young and honor the old ways. So I will speak gently. You say there are paths that never end. But these are also paths you cannot turn away from. Mizrax thinks he can. He is wrong. He and I will always be what we are. But we are not something you would wish to become. I remember the whirlwind, and we are running from it. We are running from that pain, and will be forever. You do not want this life.
Aramis.
Do not stand in my way. If we meet again, I will be the last thing you see. You and that hypocrite you call a father.
So, let me get this straight. Mithrax has Aramis at the end of his sword, and then nothing? I mean, nothing? Huh. I thought that guy still had some mean in him. Guess I was wrong. I was right about you, though. Gotta hand it to you, kid. You did a hell of a job out there. Drove Aramis off, stopped whatever plan the witness had, and brought home all the pieces of Nezarec. Not bad at all. Mithrax and Ido have the relics now. Don't know what those things can actually do, but if anyone can figure it out, it'd be them. Hope it's something good. Yep, nothing for you to do now but lay back in that big old pile of pirate treasure you got. You deserve it. And don't worry about giving me my cut, Captain. It just felt nice to be a good guy again. Trust.
What can a simple operator like me do for the hero of the Vanguard?
The last one. Nothing left to give after this batch. The first one, another red border. As Spider watches you draw yet another powerful weapon from the Dalford engrams, he chuckles. Hard to argue with luck like that. Only thing I've learned through all this, Guardians are a safe bet. And with that, he says gruffly, readjusting in his chair, I believe I have dutifully distributed all the gear entrusted to me by the Vanguard. So now I must ask you, with all the possible kindness and expediency, to get out of my bar. You can tell Ida is smiling when she contacts you over the radio. No attempts at energy jamming today, Guardian. Either Spider has finally found his faith in the Guardians, or he's realized opposing you is more trouble than it's worth. Either outcome is quite positive, wouldn't you agree?
You may go.
Hold on. It says there's one last one. Yeah, there's the last... Is the trigger for this just fucked? Am I gonna have to load and reload this area? Hey, Sora. Alright, yeah, no, I think I need to launch the helm and then go back.
What holidays do we
have? 1552, 1552, 54, 52, 51. 2, 2, 3, 7, 5, 4, 4, 1, 2, 3. 1560.
I've searched for information on Nezarek and the Cryptarchy's records, but most of the primary sources from that era were destroyed. What we know from second-hand accounts is that Nezarek led the Witnesses' first assault on Earth, or as humans call it, the Collapse. After the Great Machine repelled the attack, Nezarek's pyramid crash-landed on your moon. Beyond that, the sources are vague. They hint at a process for harnessing the relic's power, but give no instructions. If we could replicate this ancient methodology, there's no telling what we might accomplish.
And then I need to load the Elixir Quarter again so I can get that last piece of dialogue. Then I need to get back into the helm so I can place down the 8th relic.
greet you in the light. Not as my enemy, but as my savior. You protected me from the Lucent Hive. Without your intervention, I would have died at their hands. I thank you. I was terrified. Not only of the Hive, but of you. When you arrived, I thought it was to follow through on your threat. Then you turned and raised your blade against my assailants. But that same blade would have taken the life of my father if you'd had the advantage. I am not afraid of what you are, but I am afraid of what you do. The whirlwind led to you. It led to my father, but it led to me as well. We can see a future for the Elixni beyond the pain of the whirlwind. But you think you can't be a part of it. I do not believe that. My father spared you because he saw that you could turn from a path he had once followed. I see this also. I know the futility of this, but I will say it regardless. There is a place for you here. We need not be enemies. Come home, Aramis. May the light provide.
Then back to the helm. God, I'm closing in on the 6-hour mark. It's been a while since I did a Destiny stream, and it seems like not playing for half a season actually gives me an opportunity to stream for more than an hour and a half. Just let the work build up and handle it all at once. Problem is I have to avoid spoilers for several weeks in a row. Which is a lot harder than I anticipated.
Now that we've collected all the relics, Mizraxkel and I believe that we could harness their power. To what end, we're still uncertain. While I believe in our abilities, I am concerned about the potential side effects such a process could have. An ancient dirge I discovered describes something called the Curse of Nezarec, which is rumored to drain the life of the user. Of course, I don't give credence to such superstition. Dark Age humans were comically ignorant. Still, I would rather not take the risk. My father disagrees. I suspect he wishes to redeem himself for his past wrongs, and in that, I cannot dissuade him. We will continue searching for a method to unlock the relics. Until then, The light provides.
Right. Well, I think that's it, really. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to get all the Triumph Stone. I'd need an actual team for that. Now that I think about it. All of this shit being in the helm is a little dangerous. You know, the bits and pieces of an ancient disciple that was the first wave of humanity's downfall. An ancient hive artifact. There used to be racks upon racks of light-suppressing weaponry, and I doubt those are gone from the ship entirely. They're probably just folded into the ground. And who knows what's gonna get put in the wing over here. Psionic experimentation chamber.
I was just looking for you.
Though now defunct since its last user kinda fucking died. Kinda stupid to leave all your powerful things in one place. If any kind of enemy were to get their hands on the helm. You know, one of our main enemies, the ship stealer. Hmm? Yeah. And we're still in orbit over a nightmare-infested moon and Leviathan. The only thing really guarding this place are a bunch of worker drones. And Crow. And a couple of Legionnaires. But that's about it. I'll leave that thought to hang there. And my closing thoughts on the season is they're not as profound as they were for Season of the Haunted. Season of the Haunted had me thinking about guilt and grief, I guess. reason this season behind the whole cheery pirate attitude was shame, I guess. Remorse and self-hatred for a past you can't exactly outrun. Trying to protect the people you love from it. I'm probably reading into this too deep, aren't I? At the end of every season, I like to think about, like, the core thoughts behind it. When I was playing through Season of the Haunted, I also... Not this season, but the last season. Which was based heavily around grief and memory. It was when I started really thinking about how bad my memory works. Or doesn't work. About how I struggle to remember the positive things about people. All that. And thinking about it, I have taken steps to improve. It's funny that a silly little sci-fi shooter would make you think like this, but sometimes it's good to step back from all the flash and bravado and take a breather. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just thinking. Step back so it stops activating. This season was about family arguments, trying to see the good in people, even when they don't see the good in themselves. Getting stuck on anger for something that you can't really fix. Which means that you can never really not be angry about it. Follows you and nags at you for the rest of your life. Not exactly an existential crisis, I'm just trying to, like, think through the themes that were explored during the season and just... Every so often, my brain does the thing where it'll take everything that I know and care for at the time, isolate it, and excise it. I view myself as immature, unprofessional, and so I try to get rid of everything that I could even associate with myself at that time. In some futile attempt to, well, kill off that unprofessionalism. It hasn't just been memory, and lately it's just been... Well, I haven't been able to do it with memory. Because there would be nothing left. So instead, I've turned the scalpel to aspects of my personality. Carved it into several chunks, giving them labels, and working to remove them. I haven't just segmented things in order to remove them, though. It's like splitting one PC into several different operating systems to maximize how much you can do with limited processing power. Instead of everything being compiled at once, only a fourth of it, or sometimes 2 chunks at a time, will think a problem through. Instead of every single facet overwhelming the problem and nothing getting done except my brain shutting down. Once again, it's funny that just this stupid little shooter game makes me think like this. You remember how I mentioned the Nate protocol, right? That's one of the 4 segmentations. And specifically, one of the ones that I'm trying to get rid of. And holy shit, has it been difficult to get rid of. Yeah. Well, I'm mostly just thinking it through and trying to vocalize it, because vocalizing this stuff, while it is difficult to keep the emotion out of the voice, it does sometimes help to process things. I can't do anything else but that.
I'm aware of them, I just don't like voicing them.
I'm hypercritical of myself. Harsh on myself so that I force myself to improve. But that never really happens. dig the scalpel in deeper, I guess. Feel more motivated to carve out the pieces of me that I don't like. But I understand at the same time that you can't... It's like a Jenga tower. You remove too many pieces and it's just going to fall over. And I'm dealing with the world's most rickety-ass Jenga tower ever. And I am... Well, I do want to get rid of various emotions, you know. Anger, arousal, etc. I understand that I can't really do that without causing irreparable damage. And that's what doesn't necessarily terrify me, but frustrates the ever-loving fuck out of me, because I can't get rid of that. But those are the most problematic parts. Still have to wrap up stream. Yeah. But to tie this all back together, back to the season about funny space pirate bugs. I know what I've done in my past, and it's not necessarily as bad as, you know, murder and tyranny and ripping people's arms off because you want, you know, Mithrax's past. In no way, shape, or form comparable, but definitely an embarrassment. Though I don't really know if it's viewed that way to other people. As I said, I'm hypercritical of myself. I view everything I do as an embarrassment. So I cut out... Hmm? I'll have to think about how I could really learn. I try to learn from everything. Every mistake, every piece of media I consume, I try to take something away from it so that I can improve myself. Because I know that I need to improve. I need to improve constantly. Because there will always be problems with me. I'll need to think through what I can really take away from the lessons this season. What the fuck? And I was kicked the orbit because I was inactive. Game, I was having a fucking moment! Anyways, as I was saying, I'll need to think through the core points of this season in order to really take anything away from them. Last season was Season of the Haunted. It was a lot more clear-cut. It was spelled out because you were going through other characters doing the same. This time there's no real conclusion. There's no real improvement. There's people acknowledging that they've made mistakes, that they've hurt people, and that they need to do better. But we haven't seen what that entails. Who knows? But on that weird, quiet, and frankly far too introspective note, I would like to thank you all for tuning in. I have been joined by Clockwork. I don't know if you're close enough for the mic to hear, but yeah. And I will see you guys next episode, whenever that happens to be. I don't know if I already said that. I'll probably, possibly, maybe, be live next week when Festival of the Lost goes live. Or I might not be. I might be playing Tavern. There might be a Tavern episode tomorrow, because there's a special event happening on the server. Sunday, there should be a D & Destiny session if everyone's schedules are okay. If not, then we'll have to push it back for, what, the 5th time? Really, session 2. No, session 3. When we'd have to push back for, like, the 5th time. Not in a row, but the schedules are fucky and we have to do it every other Sunday. And unfortunately, some of our players have very volatile schedules that they do not control. So, yeah. But as I said, I will see y'all next time. Try not to get lost in your head like I do.